Alrighty. Good morning, friends. Welcome in, welcome in. The second here. Hello, welcome. It's been a few weeks. I had stuff going on, and then I didn't feel well. But here I am. I'm back. The yarn doesn't stop. The D&D also doesn't stop, but there will not be a D&D recap today. We did not have a session yesterday, nor did we have a session last week for various reasons. So yeah, stuff. D&D will resume when D&D resumes, because there's not a session next week either, due to PPR reason, or due to Magic pre-release reasons. Second here, I forgot to bring up my chat, because clearly I am organized and I know what I'm doing. But I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope everybody's had a good couple weeks. I meant to stream Pokemon at some point this week, but again, that just kind of didn't happen. Hopefully soon. Hits is really making me want to also stream Stardew Valley. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Because I have kind of been wanting to do like a Stardew randomizer, perhaps. But I could also just do, you know, general modded Stardew content. But yeah, I don't know if... I try not to care if it would be interesting to people. I try to just play what I would want to play. But I don't know. I don't actually know if other people find Stardew interesting to watch. I do. Fun. On laptop. Got this. Need to know what the people are saying. Spoiler alert, it's nothing. Probably. But yeah, last weekend, Kara and I went to a baby shower for a very good friend of ours, which was lovely, but exhausting. So I woke up Sunday morning with like a social hangover, essentially. There were a lot of very lovely people there that were very loud. But by the time we were finished and got to come home, I was just very done with life. There we go. Step closer. Come on. Come on, little laptop. But yes, we will be continuing to work on my Digimon blanket today. Prepping it for Desert Bus for Hope. Application should be opening in the next couple weeks, which is exciting. And not nerve-wracking. Just, yeah, exciting. If I don't get accepted, this blanket will continue to be made. It will just be made for me. If it does get accepted, I'll just lose my mind. Fine. Laptop. We're almost there. About it. Ugh. Come here. Have yarn. Direction was fine. Okay, yes, I was going direction. Have the yarn. So, I have upgraded. So you can see all of the yarn strands I currently have attached to this thing. I've upgraded. I no longer have that wooden basket that I was using. I now have a plastic bin, which handily holds all of the yarn balls that I needed to hold. The basket was not big enough. So I was like, well, here we go. Yarn, yarn, yarn. Yes, it's all your fault, kids. All of the Stardew is all of your fault. My pattern. There we go. All right. And exciting news, chat. I did remember to grab my crochet hook from downstairs. Ta-da! Probably do some yarn ball disentangling here. I think we're all right. We're okay for currently. Fine. Everything is fine. I want my Good morning, Kara. Oh, and thank you for the coffee. Appreciate it as always. Now that secret man. Ooh, okay, cool. So Kara and I have been talking about for a while doing a randomizer just between the two of us, where we stream it and we'll split the stream like an hour-ish for each of us, where one of us will start off and play and basically either get as far as we can or play for an hour-ish and then hand it off to the other person. And Sarah's been open to the idea but hasn't really known what she wants to play. The only minor issue with the only minor issue with doing Secret of Mana is it's not a core verified one, so I would have to figure out how to set up an app world, which I can totally do. I've just never done it before, so it would take a little bit of experimenting. But I will take a look at that because I think that would be a lot of fun. Me playing Stardew Valley and Kara playing Secret of Mana. They even kind of vibe together, like, tonally, a little bit. Which I think is fun. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure Rubik or somebody would be happy to help me figure it out. And honestly, it doesn't look that difficult. I've just never done it before. So it's a matter of poking it until I go, oh, okay, that's how it works. And then I'm good. So yeah, I'll look into that this afternoon. Because I think we were kind of like throwing around the idea of like Monday nights potentially. Since that's almost never a work night for you. Not saying we'll start it tomorrow night. But it would be fun. You do have a USB SNES controller. Okay, now. Far across my carry. Let's see here. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Okay, so over to where it is currently. Got it. Yeah, that's correct. You can see here what the back looks like, which is kind of neat. Get like a shadow what the actual pattern is. At least the way I'm doing it, you do. There are various ways to like carry the yarn, so forth, but the way I'm choosing. Here. All right, Kits, congratulations on completing Handwalker. Saw that right before I went live. Congratulations. Oh, that does remind me. Have to. How quickly can I find it? There it is. maybe? Kitsune, I'm going to DM you a video unsolicited. Please enjoy. You're in here somewhere. Here you are. There we go. All right. So... Yep. So, when Endwalker came out, there's a little bit of a story. When Endwalker came out, several of us in the friend circle finished it fairly quickly for various reasons. Kara, because she was like working full time and only able to play it like after work, and was working, I think at the time was working a lot of evening shifts, so she was working like, you know, until 8 or 10 p.m. and didn't have a lot of time to play, so she was slower at completing Endwalker. So several of us had finished, you know, me with my male Mikote, Warrior of Light, a friend of ours with his male Aura, another friend with a female Aura, and all of us had the same question. Holy crap, what does that cutscene look like with a Lalafell? Like, we have to know. So when Kara finally got to that point, and I will also mention, Kara was unspoiled. We had managed to keep this happening a secret from her. So Kara went into this cutscene unspoiled as I pulled out my phone to record, because I was like, we all need to see this. We need to see what it looks like with a Lalafell. And so there you go. That is what that cutscene looks like with a Lalafell, if ever you were curious. And now you know. Alright, now I definitely have to untangle yarns. 1 second here. The fact that she was wearing the scree ring when she went in for the punch was just like the icing on the cake. You can hear us in the video losing our minds. It's so silly with a Lalafell, but so great. Alright, hang on. My camera here slightly. Ugh. Like, legitimately knots happening here. Alright. Okay, so next yarn is this ball. Ew. Okay, good. One down. Yarn is one. Come here. Come here. Okay. Good. We have two. Well, not really. this is riveting content, I know. Okay, cool. That one's done. Okay, I think we're pretty good here. I think we're basically untangled. Going. Oh, except for you. Your warrior of light is a white mage, so you were like, oh, she's broken both her hands doing that, hasn't she? I mean, at least she'll be able to fix herself? I believe I went through this portion of the MSQ as a dancer, so... Oh wait, no. I went through this portion of the MSQ as a machinist, and I remember because it was so funny watching Kriya just fling his gun aside in order to punch. It was so great and like so satisfying. I was like, yeah, that seems right. Yeah, that's about as good as it's gonna get for now. This is fine. But legit, he just like throws his gun over his shoulder and is like, okay, I'm gonna punch you now. And it's great. You will note that we are being very careful not to use any names or like actually for sure spoil what's happening, because at some point, theoretically, Kuma will be watching these VODs. And when he does, Dan probably will not quite have gotten to this bit of Endwalker yet. Hi, future Kuma. We love you. You're gonna love this when Dan finally gets to it. And then I'll get to send you the video too. Because watching Kara do this particular cutscene will never stop being really funny. I am very excited to watch. For anyone that doesn't know, the Dan that I mentioned is Dan Floyd of Playframe, who is currently doing a multi-year-long, story-focused playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV, and is wonderful. Like, I've played FF14, and I really, really, really enjoy watching Dan's playthroughs. He is currently in the patch content between Shadowbringers and Endwalker. So hopefully within the next year or so, he'll be getting to Endwalker. Because it's edited content, it does tend to come out in batches and is somewhat slow, but it's so good. And he does tons of other playthroughs too, so not just FF14. Like, he recently just finished a Silksong playthrough that is also incredible. So if you are looking for a chill Let's Player to just kind of relax with, I highly recommend Playframe. Very, very good, chill, awesome gaming experiences. now I need to start paying attention to numbers. Excellent. I'm on track. I am doing things correctly. I am following a pattern. Success. Kindness is actually almost done. There's 2 rows. 2 more rows. Oh, I hear a kitty crunch crunch. Crunch crunch. They do crunch. Is very good at crunch. Fire coffee. Over here. Mm-hmm. I got you. Hi. That was a really spectacularly bad jump, my dear. I got you. Ma'am, that is the camera. Can I actually sit down? Hey here. Want it up here. Damn. Bye. Gonna leave the door open. There you are. Gonna come back. On for more crunch. Decided she wasn't done eating. Certainly at work again. She will come back. That's how she go. Yeah, I hear you. Sasha. I realize that none of you pattern sitting in front of you like I do. This darker teal, one of the buttons, Digivice. Good morning, Randus. Indeed, yawn. Just missed Sasha, but she also didn't stay very long, so didn't miss a ton. Drop. There. Okay. This is fine. Okay. We are, in fact, actually entering the most complicated bit. 2 rows here. This row and the next row will have the maximum amount of yarns that this pattern calls. But then after that, I can at least cut kindness free. The Digivice remains extremely complicated for a while, but we'll get through it. Fine. I'm paying attention to the pattern. What my yarn is doing. More. One bit. Come here. There you are. The Gen 1 Digivice? It is a Gen 1 Digivice, yeah. What's actually going to be in the center here is a Digi-Egg. In the midst of hatching. Which is why I went with the white for it. I could have done the lines of Digivolution, actually. That would have also been good. But I mocked up an egg first, and it actually looks really good. So I think I'm going to go with the egg. Whoa. And am I carrying here? Or 3, 4, 5 plus the one I'm working to kill it. So fluffy. Gonna be this center bit of the Digivice is gonna be like so thick and warm. The bottom of egg. And back to charcoal for 3. About front? Yeah, I can put it at the front. It's the cat's pad. I mean, possibly. Depending on who wins it, Sasha actually doesn't like standing on yarn. Like, she will go out of her way to avoid stepping on any of my crochet stuff. I don't know if it's just she doesn't like the feeling of it, or she feels like it's Like her claws are getting caught, maybe? I don't know, but she does not like yarn things. The white. Okay, here. She also hates being under blankets. If we, like, try to put a blanket over top of her, she's like, no, and will immediately, like, wiggle her way out from under it. She does want to be warm, but she wants to, like, sleep on a heating pad, not be under a blanket. She's a weird little one. Also, it does not come across on camera at all. But this yarn that I'm using for the Digivice screen is not actually the same black that I've been using for the rest of the blanket. This is a slightly different, a little bit more charcoal. It is not the stark black. Hopefully it's just enough difference in person. I think it looks really, really good. It just does not come across well on camera. Now, it's got more of a blue tint. It might come across that way on camera. It's definitely not there in person. It might just be because it's next to this teal one. In person, it does not... I don't think it's got much of a blue tint. I also have a cool light on. I've got a mildly blue tinted light on. So that might also be affecting it. A warm light as well, which might be slightly more color true. All right, hang on. Over here. Here we go. Okay, you can live there. Perfect. Great. Okay. Let's see. Three. Nope. Not drop it yet. Good morning, Barris. Welcome in, welcome in. Waking up or going to bed? That's actually a good point. That is a good question. Not great sleep. Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Sounds like it's nap time. Get up, wander around for like an hour to try to make your body reset, then you go take food time. Yeah, food time is a good plan. Time is best awake time of the day. That is valid. another row of digivice down. I could keep touching individual files. Eris has discovered something amazing. Food related. Very Kara-coded. Ooh. Apparently for an ad in the 1990s, WB had Batman sing Robin the Jigglypuff song as a bedtime lullaby. That's really funny. That's really funny and sounds exactly like the kind of nonsense WB would do. Good morning, Kuma. Goodness. Let's straighten out the video here. Enter. And there we go. That's better. Desperately need coffee club. Fair. Very fair and valid. Hope you find some soon. Talk about Dawn Trail all you want, you're never seeing that with Derman. He'll get there eventually. I'm sure he'll get there eventually. It might take another 5 years, but I'm, like, honestly, I'm just excited for you to see, and I'm excited to see some of the stuff in Endwalker. Like, Endwalker is so good. I'm so excited to watch Dan play it. So back in his Stormblood, oh, it's so good. I love watching Dan play things. I also I don't know, for whatever reason, lately, in the past couple weeks, I've been on this kick where if I'm at work and I'm like doing stuff and I just need like something on in the background, where like I need to have like voices or something in the background that I can like tune in and out of, but I don't really have to pay attention to. So I've been working my way through Dan Floyd and Dan Jones playing through like the Dark Souls and the Elden Ring co-op games, and it's real good. Just half listening to the Dans bantering in the background is real good. That does make sense. Dan said in his Patreon Q&As that Endwalker is a good place to wrap it up for a while. It is. Yeah. It is an ending of an arc. Who knows? If Dan wraps up Endwalker and decides to call it for a while, maybe one of us will have to start streaming Dawn Trail for you, Kuma. I don't know if that's a I don't know if that's a preference, Randus, or if that's just kind of how it's worked out based on the length of time it's taken to produce. Because it is, yeah, it's a lot of work and time investment. And I'm honestly super impressed that he made the decision to cover like Eureka and Boja, because like those are huge time sinks of content. And he was like, nope, we're gonna do them, and I'm gonna edit them down so that people that don't play this game can see the story, and it's honestly super impressive. Oh yeah, absolutely could not do them without the Dantalis Theater Company, which is the FC that supports him. No way in heck. But yeah, like it's a huge time sink. It's a huge effort to like get everything organized. Uh so I can totally understand him wanting to like step back and take a break from it after Endwalker. And it is about as good a place as any because it is the end of the major arc. But now that Dawn Trail is, without too much spoiling, now that Dawn Trail is out, and now that we're getting into the patches of Dawn Trail and getting hints of what the next major arc will be, I'm really curious to see where they're gonna go. It's, yeah, it's interesting. Looks like it it looks like they are actually going to be playing into some of the lingering questions that I had after Shadowbringers and Endwalker, which I'm really excited about. So it'll be really interesting. I'm excited to see which direction FF14 is going in next. And it probably won't be for everyone, and that's fine, but I'm interested to see where they're taking it. I know Dawn Trail was super divisive for people, which is fair. That just means that the story team is taking risks. If they play it too safe, it's not gonna be as enjoyable. They try to please everyone, it's probably not going to make for as good of a story. But at the same time, if you played Dawn Trail and decided, I don't think this is for me, that's also fair. I definitely didn't like the second half of Dawn Trail as much as I've liked other X packs. But, yeah. Is what it is. Ooh, bagels. Congrats on bagels. What kind of bagels? A huge swing from talking about storytelling in MMOs to bagels. But bagels are important. Especially when they are newly acquired bagels. Ooh, Montreal style. 1 poppy seed and 1 whole wheat. Excellent. With those. Damn it, now I want bagels. You good, Kara? Just heard her sneeze and then immediately cough. Okay. So, the thing with Dawn Trail is that, so we knew going in, Yoshi P warned us in interviews going in, it's gonna feel like 2 expansions. There's a front half and a back half, and they're very different in tone, and it's gonna feel like 2 stories in one, which it did. I really loved the first half. The first half, like, honestly ranks as, like, one of my favorite X packs. I really, really enjoyed the story of the first half. The second half, I did not like it. I thought that the pacing was all off, which you can argue that that might have been the point, but I did not like the second half of Dawn Trail. Now that we are into the patch content, I feel better about it. Now that we're into the patch content and we can see kind of where it's going and some of the threads are starting to get built upon, I don't mind the second half of Dawn Trail as much because I can see what it's been setting, or what it was setting up. But playing it at launch, I didn't like it. It didn't feel like FF14 to me. The tone didn't feel right. The pacing felt all off. And again, you can argue that maybe that was the point, which is a valid argument, but for me, it just did not hit right. But, like I said, now that we're in the patches, I'm intrigued where they're taking it, so. What kind of bagels? The kind being actively consumed. So, I think what they should have done, Rin, and what I feel like would have fixed the pacing for me, is I think they should have taken the first 3/4 of it and extended that to be all of Dawn Trail. I think they should have stopped the MSQ at the level 87 trial and expanded that to be the entire thing. And then the bits after the 87 trial could have been in the patch content. And I feel like that would have helped everything breathe a little bit more. But again, now that we've seen the patches, like, they're fitting a lot of story in, and it's clear that they're building up to something big and interesting for the next X-Pack again. So Maybe they wouldn't have had room. Maybe that would have made the patches feel really rushed. Who knows? Or level 97 trial, rather. The fight against... Yeah, the fight against Zoraljah, I think, should have been the big set piece wrapping up the expansion, rather than the 3/4 mark. The issue with that is they typically don't introduce full zones in patch content. Yep. Yeah, for sure, that's true. And like I said, they've put so much into the patches that doing what I suggested probably would have made the patches feel really, really rushed if they still wanted to include all of that before the next X pack. So, who knows? It's probably a case of they had so much story to tell, something was gonna feel a bit rushed. No matter how they paced it out. I agree with you, Randus, except that there's a large proportion of players that don't do the side quests. So then they would complain like, "Oh, she never got any character development. We never spent any time with her. You know, we never got to actually they expect us to love her, but we never actually fell in love with her, etc., etc." I feel like the sort of fluffiness of the first half does do a good job at that. And yeah, what we're getting now could have been in the next expansion. I mean, we say that, but we don't know. Like, I don't know what they're gonna do with the next expansion. I'm kind of wondering if, like, beginning of the next expansion, bam, they're gonna throw us, I don't know, into another shard, or like throw us into something immediately. Of like, okay, we're hitting the ground running. I don't know. I don't know. I'm interested to see how it plays out. Because typically they'll start out an expansion with like, okay, first quest, you're going to your new hub city immediately. Like, you're on the boat, you're going, we're introducing you to this new place immediately. And I don't know what that's going to be for the next expansion. I mean, as much as Kara and I keep yelling about them wanting to let us go to Marisidia, I don't think that's going to be it. I think that the whole of Dawn Trail should have just been the fluffy stuff, just go full on low stakes adventure. Yep, I kind of agree with you there, Rin. I loved the first half of Dawn Trail because it was such a breath of fresh air after the intensity of Endwalker, and I kind of wish it had been the whole expansion. I agree with you there. Now, if they had done that, would it have felt too slow? Maybe. Definitely for some people. But again, you can't please everybody. So no matter how they choose to pace it or what they choose to do with it, somebody's going to be really unhappy. So they just kind of have to figure out how to balance that, and I do not envy them that task. I think I'm carrying this all over. Oh, for sure. They could have raised the stakes with more time to spend on the story. Absolutely. I'm just pointing out that yeah, that might have fixed it for us, but that would have made the problem way worse for other players. Other players would have absolutely hated that. There is no pleasing everybody. So like, yeah, sure, that would have felt better for us. Absolutely. I would have loved that. But other people wouldn't have. So I feel like they did a little bit try to compromise too much. I think that might have been the cause of some of the widespread problems in Dawn Trail. The fact that they were kind of trying to please every sort of player base. But you do kind of have to do that in an MMO. Created more direct competition between the groups. That also would have been cool. I would have liked to see more of that, yeah. Rather than just like occasionally catching up with each other. Are we for sure going to Maricidia? No, no, no. Absolutely not. That comment was more of Kara and I keep saying we want to go to Maricidia. I actually am not sure that we will, but I really want to. Because they keep dropping hints about it, and I want it. Me Dragonlands. Let me go catch up with Tiamat and Riol. Okay. Wildly changing the subject. Future science that will go horribly wrong? A Ditto run. Ah, potentially. I have considered doing a all Doduo Dodrio run, just because I think those fusions are wildly interesting most of the time. But a Ditto run is possible. Ditto run could be fun. We'd end up with so many goopy children. As opposed to the alphabet soup children we have now. For a fusion run. Yeah. Yeah, I'm considering an oops all, probably not immediately after the unknown, because I would like to, like, play some other things. But I am considering a future fusion run of, like, all Doduo and Dodrio fusion. Just because they're neat. Okay. Digivice sorted. QP Boy is perfect and does a great Kirby impression. It's true. With all this Pokopia, you have Ditto brain. That's fair. Ditto is perfect. Pokopia Ditto is extra perfect. First thing it does when handed something new is to put it in its mouth. What more could we ask for? It's true. Perfect child. Didn't name a Ditto Kirby. far over am I carrying? 5, 6, 10. One in. Ah. Trying to wrangle this thing entirely on my lap is getting challenging. My Ditto in Utopia is named Azem, because in video games, particularly in cozy games for some reason, I tend to like play as Azem or like name myself Azem. And my logic was that if this was Azem's Ditto, then the Ditto would be like, well, I don't know where my trainer is, but I want to remember them, so I will call myself. I don't know what Azem would have called their Ditto, to be honest, but I feel like the Ditto would then be like, okay, but I'm going to take on my trainer's name. Was the logic that I used. Ah! Kids, how could you do that? It's Azem's Ditto. Would it find a note that said, remember us? Remember that we once lived? Probably! How dare you? Wow. Okay. I'm not convinced the Ditto can read. I mean, that's also a fair point. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, Randus. In the Dragon Quest games, you actually can't name the main character Edric, as that's the hero's inherited title. Interesting. But yeah, maybe. In this humanless world, my Ditto is the next Azem. That was kind of my thought anyway. Careful note. I'm going to finish this row and then take a quick break, as I typically do around this time. Finish. All right, I'm going to go take a little break. Everybody else get up, stretch, move around a little bit, grab refills on your drinks, all the usual good stuff. But don't go too far away. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks. Yeah. All right, I have returned. I have unmuted my mic. Excellent. Hooray. In underneath. Huh? Oh no, I'm being perceived. All right. Drink a coffee here. Oh, good, an apple for Carby. Excellent. As is appropriate for Rin. I'm impressed she's willing to share an apple, to be honest. Kuma has golf. Oh right, isn't it like the Masters this weekend or something? I love that you have two extremely like chill low stakes things playing at the same time. Very good. Oh god. Flipping this over is the most annoying part. It's so big now. And I'm only like halfway through. Ah! Stop that, yarns. Ah, okay. There we go. There we go. We're fine. Oh, new Carby. Ink. And kind of angry. Kind of surprised. I guess it looks more surprised than anything. Startled to be here, this Carby. Oh, right. And turn. All right. Apples are the greatest thing in the world and all should consume them. The real trial was coming to the fork in the road in the new variant dungeon and walking away from the orchard. Oh no! Oh, poor Rin. Aha! Kuma has redeemed a board game arena for Kara. Hear that, Kara? You need to go play your boards. Don't be too hard on her, Kuma. Pokopia has consumed her every waking moment. Who has time to play boards when there's so many Pokemon that need homes? And so many blocks that need to be consumed? This explains so much. Yeah, doesn't it just? To be fair to Kara, she is building some pretty impressive structures. She built this really cute little house for Mareep and Flaffy. It's adorable. Oh, Rin would be so sad at the orchard destruction. It's true. He would probably eagerly help rebuild it, though, because that means more apples in the future. Or at least that's the sense I'm getting. Rin would become a druid. You know, that does kind of track. I could see that. Okay, here's a question for the chat. Is the Warrior of Light canonically a warlock? Technically, kind of. Does the Echo count as a warlock gift? Yeah, that was my thought too. That it definitely, like, if the Warrior of Light was in D&D, they would just be a warlock with probably some additional flavoring. There would probably be some additional flavoring depending on whether you were like a sword and shield person or like a more traditionally magical person. But yeah, I would argue that base class would be warlock. Just based on the Echo and the Blessing of Light. The connection doesn't grow seems more like a boon from a feat or an origin. Oh, that's an interesting thought. That is true. It doesn't necessarily evolve. That's a good point. We don't necessarily ever gain new powers through the Echo. Just the Echo itself. Oh, yeah, I think working it as an origin would be very interesting, and I think could work really well. Still trying to figure out. Oh, Earth. Yeah, it is a very interesting game. It's a lot more interesting with more people. I've never played it 2-player before. It's the 2-player experience is not terribly representative of the game as a whole. I'm finding. If you have any questions, I think I've got a fairly good grasp on the rules. But yeah, otherwise just kind of click buttons and figure it out as you go, which is what I did during my first couple games. Yeah, Earth is great 4-player. Playing it 2-player is interesting. Could say that the Echo is what allows us to gain our class skills, given that others of our class typically don't have all the skills we do. That's interesting. That's also an interesting viewpoint. I could see you doing it either way. Also, hi, Kate. This is worryingly close to 4 years. Oh, good lord. It is. Gosh. Does that mean I need to stop? Also, good morning, Kate. You went to a half marathon. I sense a distinction there between went to and participated in. But still, that's lovely. I'm glad. Hopefully the weather was decent for it. Despite not running, you are exhausted, but did get photos of your aunt at 1, 4, 7, and 10 miles. Oh, excellent. That is exciting. Hopefully you had a lovely, lovely weather experience for it. Rained briefly, but you were in a cafe at that moment. Excellent. That sucks for the runners, though. That would be the worst, I think, if you were, like, in the middle of a marathon and it, like, if it's raining the whole time, that's one thing. You just kind of get used to it and power through. But if it rains briefly, then you just have wet socks for the rest of the course. That sucks. Oh, that's actually really good design. The route was designed so that they could have professional tierers on the route, and to make this and hydration points easier, there were a lot of junctions that the route came through 2 or 3 times, which also makes it easier for spectators. That sounds like really nice design. The worker that runs those things swears that the rain makes it easier as long as it's light rain and not a downpour because it cools you off as you go. That makes sense. I can absolutely see that. A downpour sounds like it would just be miserable, though. For now, one more row for the crest of Kite. Let this yarn free forever. Oh yeah, I think I remember that, Varys. That you ended up racing the rain. Remember you telling us about that. Running is fun for the first 30 seconds or so. Politely disagree. Running was fun when youthful exuberance didn't result in mysterious aches and pains. Running is no longer fun. Truth. Gravity-assisted running was fun. The house where I grew up had this, like, really large hill in the backyard. And so I just remember going outside to play, because our swing set was at the bottom. Our house was at the top of the hill, and then, like, our swing set and, like, play equipment stuff was at the bottom, because there was like a hill down, but then it leveled off for a while. And so I just remember going outside to play as a kid and just, like, basically Naruto running down the hill, and it being, like, the most fun thing in the world. Climbing up the hill afterwards, not so much. But the running down was always fun. Yeah, I tend to get pretty bad shin splints as well. Even, like, trying to jog for the bus sometimes is like, kill me. You went for a very short bike ride yesterday and died? Oh no. Don't you have, like, a much longer bike ride coming up fairly soon? This is going to cause a problem. Or were there other reasons that you died? I mean, that's a good point. If you're already dead, the 200 miles can't kill you again. That is true. That reminds me, now that I've been paid, I need to go chip in my yearly donation. Strangely, or maybe not so strangely, it is actually more difficult for me to work on this blanket in this chair than it is downstairs on the couch. Because downstairs on the couch, I can kind of have it spread out on either side of me and just kind of work it back and forth like a typewriter. Up here, because the chair is narrow, I have to have it kind of like bunched up on either side of me. And there's so much bulk to it, it's caused problems. Or, well, not problems, but it is getting increasingly awkward. There's so much yarn. scrutinizing my pattern. I don't need it again until the next row and on the other side of the digivise. So rather than trying to carry the yarn all the way across when I already have so many yarns to wrangle, I think I'm just gonna cut it, patch it when it comes. But if I cut it, doesn't that mean tails? It does. But the nifty thing about this pattern that I'm using is that, here, watch. The tail gets enclosed as I go. I don't have to weave it in afterwards. It just gets eaten by the fabric, basically. As I create it, I just weave the tail in as I go. So it doesn't leave a dangling tail for later, which is the annoying bit. The tails are only really annoying when you finish a blanket and then you have 8,000 of them that you have to then weave in before you're truly done. If the pattern allows you to weave the tails in as you go like this one does, I don't mind it nearly as much. you. Come here. We're here for now. Right now. Getting in the way. Getting in the way is what you're best at? Nah. I was talking to my yarn anyway. Sarah, a reminder that you should drink it. Also, general reminder for chat, if you're in a time zone where you need to eat something, or if you're in a stage of life where you need to eat something, please go eat something. Need to have a meal, please have a meal. Yeah, usually I try to give the reminders earlier. Sorry about that. I'm clearly out of practice. Alternatively, Kits, it's usually you talking about your dinner that reminds me. So if you haven't had dinner yet, go have dinner. Ooh, pasta. Excellent. Sounds like a lovely lunch. Untangle. Come here. Come here. Okay. Good. From the front. For this one, yes, the one with the truck is the mayor's house. Oh, is that the 1.6 thing, Kite? That was a fun addition. I like that. I was reminded yesterday why I don't typically try to play Stardew on my laptop. Kits has already heard me complain about this. I don't know if it's... Yeah, the tickets. I don't know if it's one of the mods that I'm running, or if it's just because my laptop is a potato. But when I try to run Stardew on my laptop, it'll run fine. Like, perfectly fine, no problems, no issues whatsoever, for about 45 minutes to an hour. And then it'll start just, like, lagging and freezing and getting progressively worse and worse and worse. Like, it feels like a memory leak of some kind, which is why I think it might be one of the mods. But I don't know. It might also just be my laptop. And it's really annoying. Because, like, it's fine for, like, an hour. And then it just immediately, like... But Kits pointed out to me, yes, or reminded me yesterday that Steam Remote Play is a thing. So I might try setting that up and see if I can get that working so that I can run Stardew off my desktop and just play it off my laptop. I don't know that it'll work. My laptop might still be too much of a potato for that, but it's worth a shot. So I might see if I can try to get that set up this afternoon. I miss playing Stardew. But not so much that I want to, like, sit upstairs on the desktop and play it, right? I want to be able to play it from the couch. That said, for anyone that missed the beginning of stream, the other thing that I want to try to get working this afternoon is Sarah and I are contemplating doing a randomizer just between the two of us, wherein I would be playing Stardew Valley and she would be playing Secret of Mana. We would stream it and just kind of alternate. One of us plays for, you know, an hour and a bit, however long, until we get stuck, basically. And then switch to the other person in the other game. But we would both still be there for, like, commentary and stuff. I think that sounds like a lot of fun. Kara and I don't get to game together as much as we would like to, and it feels like this would be a good use to do it. But Secret of Mana requires a like a custom app world, which I've never done an archipelago for that before. Like, I've always generated from the website. I've never had to do, like, a custom app world or, like, a local generation. So that's fun. I'm gonna have to poke at it and see if I can get that working. And I'm well aware that there's plenty of people that I know that would be happy to help, but I just need to kind of poke at it and see if I can figure it out first. Before I whine about trying to get somebody to help me. But yeah, that'll be a fun thing. So I might spend some time this afternoon trying to get that up and running. Here. I saw you were working on it. Did you actually, like, get it up and running, Kate? And that is why I do the stars exclusively on the Switch. That's valid. I like modding it too much. I have too much fun with the Stardew mods. But, admittedly, that causes extra performance issues. So, it is entirely a hoist by my own petard scenario. Can drop me that one. It is hopefully ready for the cursed async. I still have to determine if I'm going to be joining that one or not. I can't decide. I might. If I do, it'll probably just be Stardew again. But if I'm starting a Stardew randomizer with Kara, I don't really want to be starting another one. I do this yarn. Alright, this ball goes up. Under those two. Oh, nope, and then we're good. Okay. That wasn't terrible. As with all things, the more you mod it, the worse it performs. Yeah, for sure. I totally get that. That's what I said. It's entirely my own fault. I am actively forcing Stardew to run worse, and then complaining that it doesn't run on my laptop. But, you know, is what it is. I am just very pleased that RimWorld runs on my laptop with very few issues, so I can just sit and play The Sims on that all day. Ooh, somebody's planning to play Secret of Mana for the async? Interesting. Neat. I am vaguely tempted because so Rubik's framing this new async as specifically like, hey, challenge yourself, use harder settings, or like play a game you've not played before, or as a archipelago or whatever. I'm somewhat tempted to play Tactics Advance A2. The original Tactics drives me, or the original Tactics Advance, I should say. There is a distinction there. The original Tactics Advance drives me bonkers. As you might have seen if any of you watched me streaming it. But A2 did introduce quality of life improvements. And with it being an async, I don't think it would be. I need to actually look and see what the randomization settings for it are. I don't actually know what kind of things it would randomize, but that I am kind of intrigued by that. I would be happily playing Platinum, Pokemon Platinum, except that randomization for the Pokemon hasn't been implemented yet, which defeats the point for me. If I'm going to be playing a randomized Pokemon game, I want the Pokemon to be randomized, not just, like, the items. So I'm kind of holding off on Platinum until they implement actual item randomization. Alright, you. Come here. Yeah. Alright. You go underneath these. Oh, I see. That's these. Ah. Don't drop the yarn ball. There. There we go. Good. Alright. This is fine. Overly randomized Pokemon Crystal. It's the one where the Pokemon's color palettes follow their typing. That is intriguing. Hey. Hey. There we go. This should be okay. haven't played Platinum in forever. Platinum is great. I love it. Gen 4, honestly, it is definitely a lot of nostalgia. But I think Gen 4 is probably still one of my favorites. And that's specifically because, well, not entirely because, but like Gen 4, I played so much of it because it came out the year that I graduated high school. So for my graduation present to myself, I bought myself a Nintendo DS and Pokemon Diamond. And so when I went away to college that fall, like I played so much Pokemon Diamond while I was in college. Like in between classes, or just like, you know, if I had to chill in the cafeteria for half an hour to wait for somebody or whatever, I always had my DS with me. I could always pull out Diamond. Like, Pokemon Diamond was the first Pokemon game that I racked up over 500 hours on. It was the first Pokemon game where I had level 100 Pokemon. Like, I spent so much time in Sinnoh, and it's super nostalgic for me. I had actually not played Platinum until I did that randomizer a couple years ago, because I had just always played Diamond and I had never gotten around to playing Platinum at all. But yeah, Gen 4 is a lot of nostalgia for me. I love it. Gen 5 is best gen. That's fair. Again, everyone can have their opinion. For me, I'm torn between Gen 4 and then the only other one that comes close is Gen 7. I really enjoyed Alola. I don't know. I think it was just like the perfect combination of vibes, the new Pokemon that got introduced, the region itself with all of the islands. Like, I really enjoyed Alola. But I think Gen 4 is still top of the list. I can manage not to miss it. You dislike a lot about Gen 7 that was almost all fixed in the Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon games? Oh, that's good. That's good to hear, at least. Like I said, I don't know why I enjoyed Alola so much. It was just, I think it just hit at the perfect time for me with the perfect set of vibes that I just really liked it. It also probably has to do with the anime as well, because the Alola season of the anime is my absolute favorite. They changed up the art style, they changed up the way that Ash interacts with the region. It's wonderful. I love the Alola anime. Which is probably coloring my nostalgia for the game a bit. Gen 7 anime drove you out of the anime altogether? I mean, that's fair. Like I was saying earlier, not everything is gonna be for everyone. I love it, you don't love it, and both are totally valid. It was definitely a very different departure for the anime. And again, that's why I loved it, but I can definitely understand why other people didn't. Orange Islands might be your fave anime and it isn't bound to any game. That's fair. Okay, Randus. Hera and I have this bonkers theory that Winds and Waves might be the Orange Islands. Wouldn't that be incredible if after all these years they were like, yeah, we're finally gonna go to this place? That would be amazing. My other theory is that the Pokemon Concierge show is like a stealth trailer, and that the region for Winds and Waves is going to end up being the same region where Concierge is set. It would also be wrong. I mean, fair. Oh, come on, Randus. Where's your sense of whimsy? I mean, they did give us the Sevi Islands in Fire Red and Leaf Green that are like kind of the Orange Islands, and then never spoke of them ever again. Curse you, Sevi Islands? What did the Sevi Islands do to you, Kite? The Orange Islands are too small. Yeah, that's fair. They would have to like massively expand them into an entire region. That's fair. Ah, I see. Don't worry, Kite. The archipelago can't hurt you anymore. Randomized doors was a mistake. Oh god. See, I have a ton of respect for people that enjoy like door randomizers. It would drive me insane. I would not be able to do it. That is not an idea I find enjoyable at all. That just sounds like extreme frustration to have to try to remember and like keep track of, okay, this door goes here, but then this door goes here. Like that, I would lose my mind. That does not sound fun to me. Oh, the Sevi Islands are mandatory to get to the Elite. Interesting. I don't think I've ever actually played that far into Fire Red or Leaf Green. Installing your machine. Thoughts and prayers, Barris. Thoughts and prayers. Luck, good luck, good luck. Computer's haunted. What? Said computer's haunted. Tower was inside Silphco, which was inside Altering Cave on Island 6. Good God. Yeah, I would simply give up. Oh God, were all the teleport pads in Silphco also randomized? Oh, that's a horrifying thought. It was only world to dungeon randomization. Okay, at least there's that. But still. Alright. Time for another flip. Ugh, pray for me. There we go. There we go. There we go. This is fine. Everything is fine. Ah. Okay. Yes. Okay. We're fine. Okay. Having the weird urge to do the Kaizo Ironmon challenge. Oh dear. Oh, kid. I mean, you do you, but oh dear. actually update my pattern. All is done. Also, Kara, how's your tea? Hopefully I picked the right one. Yay. Presumably the tea is wet. I mean, yes. I would also hope it's still warm, though it has been about an hour and a half since I made it at this point, so perhaps not. And see how much yarn I'm carrying across the back here. My camera had gotten tilted at some point. Sorry about that. No wonder I kept thinking the viewpoint was off. Me just casually muttering to myself in half-heard fragments of sentences. I wrangle the yarn. there. Okay. Device for this. Might get non-oven pizza. Ooh. Oh, and Kits' food is oven pizza. Both are good. Actually, also had pizza on Friday. It was raining and awful, and by the time Kara and I both got home from work, we were like, ugh. And Jade was like, do you want to order a pizza? And we were like, fuck yes, give us pizza. So that's what we did. Had the rest of it for lunch yesterday. Okay. You've been collecting all these Mog tomes. What on earth are you spending them on? I've been spending mine on a bunch of mounts that usually drop from extremes that I'm never going to get around to farming. There's the 2 Kamui that are in there. I didn't have either one of those. I didn't have the Gwibber yet. There's several of the Realm Reborn Society Quest mounts that are also in there that can get your hands on, but they're time consuming, so you might as well just buy them if you have the tomes. Likewise, there's a handful of minions in there that are time consuming to get, so you might as well just buy them if you have the tomes. That's what I've been doing. Oh, So typically there's almost always one item that's 100 Mog Tomes, and that's the one item that you can only get from Mog Tomes. Pretty much everything else is like old content or like stuff that you can get but it's time consuming. The 100 tome item is exclusive to Mog Tomes. It's usually a set of cosmetic earrings, and they usually don't come back. So if you decide you want those earrings, do grab them. But that's why they're 100, because they're the exclusive item. Everything else is available other places. Sometimes really annoying other places, but other places. Wait a minute. Special mention kits goes to the magic bucket minion that's in there. The magic bucket minion can only be fished up, and from what I understand, it's very, 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 very annoying to do so. To the point where even like dedicated fishers are like, no, yo, just buy the minion, please. It's not worth it. You might want to grab that one as well. Yes, and it can be put on an angler's canvas for some reason and becomes just a circle. Great. So if you want shitpost home decor, maybe buy a second one. But fishing log? Oh, absolutely. If you're going to do the fishing log, you'll need to fish one up sooner or later. But if you just want the minion, by all means buy it. Oh, I know, Rin. I also fish. I have not gotten the big fish madness yet, but I'm sure that'll come for me eventually. It's not even an annoyance. My one gripe with the fishing system in FF14 is that you have to follow a guide. Like, there's no way, like there's no in-game hints of beyond like, hey, yeah, this fish requires a time and weather, but like, what time and weather, what bait, we're not going to tell you. And there's too many combinations to like feasibly experiment and figure it out yourself. Like, there's not, I wish there was more of an in-game like hint system of some kind, or like at least like if you try something, some sort of an indication of like, no, this doesn't work, versus, oh yes, this is the correct combination, it's only got like a 1% chance. Like, there's no way to tell if what you're doing is correct or not up until the point you hook the fish. So you have to use an online guide, which annoys me. I wish there was a way that I could figure it all out myself, but there just isn't. I actually did manage to hook a big fish once completely by accident, and I felt super proud of myself, but that's only one fish. There's no way I'm going to be able to do that for hundreds of others. So at some point, I'll follow an online guide. I just haven't gotten around to it yet because I'm a little bit sad that I have to. Does the magic bucket get a special mention in Kriya's thesis? Probably. Probably yes. There's probably like a little mini chapter on it because knowing Kriya, he probably went because his thesis. My Warrior of Light is a nerd, and I've been joking that he's been trying to get his Archon mark and like finish his thesis for 3 expansions and keeps getting interrupted to try to save the world. Well, after Dawn Trail and various events that happen in Dawn Trail, he finally does go and he finishes his thesis. And it is because of a certain character he meets in Dawn Trail. But his thesis is on comparative ichthyology. So basically he looks at fish on the source and fish on the first and compares them. And it's like, okay, well, these are the same fish, like, you know, or these are completely different fish in similar locations. Convergent evolution, ? And just kind of has his thesis based around that. So he probably found the magic bucket on the source and then spent a minimum of several months scouring the first, trying to figure out if the magic bucket also existed there. And then determined that it probably did not, and then went off on a tangent about why the magic bucket evolved the way it did on the source. Would be my guess on how that went. Flip this ass over again. Uah. Okay, we're good. Come on, blanket. Okay, come on, blanket. Arm. Rar. Okay. Gotta flip. Okay. Let's see if we can finish up the Crest of Kindness before we call it a day. Almost done. Far enough. Crud. That is not where that goes. Crud. No. The crochet is convenient. Yeah. Darn. Fucking. Why is it called frogging when you rip stitches out of crochet? I do not know. Could there's some origin in like medieval French? I don't know what. I almost caught my mistake too. Remember. Like, do I need to... No, it's fine. Alright. Should still be able to finish kind of before we finish up. Okay. Might just go a bit longer. That's alright. Got distracted by fish. might need the yarn. That's correct. Might need to start doing more raids for the Mog Tomes. Oh no. Now that you've actually looked at the list, there's a ton that you want. No. I mean, if you're just doing fish boats, they build up fairly quickly. Doing the weekly and like the mini Mog challenges also build up a fair amount. Hi. Heard me say I'm ending stream soon, didn't you? Just came in here to yell and then leave. I mean, I guess that's fair. You could fish boat every hour. Yeah, that would be nice. What? Yelling. There we go. Alright, take two. Try this again. Uh-huh. B. Yelling for. Mm-hmm. Life is hard. Yelling at me did not produce the results that she wanted, so she has downstairs Sarah. Probably still not produced the result that she some point I'd love to know how you ocean fish for many points. There are strategies. It also boils down to luck. Basically, my strategy is usually just to try to fulfill the 3 missions that you get per boat. And then when the if you get a spectral current and the spectral current hits, you pop whatever the one is that lets you, determination, I think, that lets you catch bigger fish more consistently, because then that also doubles points. So yeah, double your points on the spectral currents. Try to finish your missions, because those give you bonuses at the end. And then just pray. It's easier on full boats. If you have like mostly empty boats, you have fewer people fishing, so it's harder to get some of the bonuses that require many fish to be caught. Oh yes, patience might be correct. That does sound right. But yeah, it's a lot of luck. It's a lot of patience and luck. Okay. Double check the pattern here. Yeah, that does indeed. Crest of kindness. Ta-da! Crest of kindness. A couple more stitches where it stays nice and locked in. Then we will probably call it an afternoon. Yeah, ocean fishing, like every other kind of fishing in the game, is mostly RNG. And some boats are just cursed. Oh. Art person. There we go. That's a good milestone. An excellent milestone we've gotten ourselves to. And now I have a good few rows up above this before we get to the Crest of Sincerity. So for a while, this side is going to be much easier to manage. But yeah, thank you all for coming and hanging out. I know it's been a few weeks, so thank you for coming on back. Hopefully at some point this week I'll get around to streaming some gaming. What that ends up being, we'll have to wait and see. But regardless, I should be back next week. I don't know of a reason why I shouldn't be, other than, you know, illness, as always. But yeah, I hope you can join me then. But until then, everybody stay safe, stay healthy, Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, be kind, and I'll see you all in the future. Bye. This a way that isn't ridiculous. Okay, back in the bin you go. In the bin you go. There we go. Everything is fine.